All right, everybody. I think we're just going to go ahead and get started, whether people are here or not. Do we have any viewers? Yeah, we got 7 people. Hey, thank you everybody for being here, by the way. I'm sorry I haven't been busy with the chat. I got a lot of stuff moving around here. Hey everybody, thank you guys for being here today. Hope you all can hear me fine. Let me know if you have any questions in the chat. It seems awfully quiet in here now because most of the people in the park are up the hill riding the carousel because it is the opening day of the carousel here in the park. They used to call it Family Day, now they just call it Carousel Day. But this is the day that it will get very busy eventually once everybody starts moving around more, but everything opens at like 11 or noon or something like that. So we'll see them eventually. Till then, I'm going to start making some progress on this piece. This is going to be what I call a fireworks piece. Excuse me. I'm going to, oop, there it is. All right, so I've got this color, this pastel green, which is very pale green, like, excuse me, very pale jade green. Excuse me. And as I set this in place, I'm going to pull it in a position that I can do a gather on the outside of this, and then I'm going to put some blue on it. And the blue is intentionally going to be pushed all the way up here, so it's much more dense under my finger here. So when the piece blows out completely, it'll be a blue fade to this color at the bottom, like a rich blue up top, and it'll fade out and show this color underneath. And then we're going to pick up, after we get that color, we're going to pick up some fireworks on the outside of it, these little florets that I have in the oven over there. Which, bear with me for a second, I'm going to set my cameras right so you guys can actually see what's going on. There we go. Okay, so that is going to be my new camera 4 preset 5 updated. Right on. Okay. All right, so I got my strip gather of clear on here. Now I'm actually gonna try and pack this little bubble down that I have so much more because I have a little chunk of blue and I really need to use all that little bit of blue around the middle of the piece, which is gonna be to allow me the good fade that I want, you know? So let's hold it up. Get our paper on there. Should be able to just tighten down this bullet shape a little bit more. There we go. Okay, so we got that finished for now. I'll go over here and take a little dab of glass. We're going to pick up a chunk of blue. The blue is going to be overlaid on the other color and then smeared up to the top of that other bubble. Here's the little silver chunk of blue. Hey, Volcom Fomus. Thanks for being here. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, we'll get there. We're getting more and more fancy as we go. Is this your first time here? Have you been here before? Sorry, that sounded like a pickup line. That was ridiculous. Got some visitors out front now. See if they decide to come in. Oh, are we going to go for dad jokes next, Andrew? Because I got those. An bombardment. Bombardment. Yeah, right. I got my kids both with a really good dad joke recently. It was just a real simple, quiet one, you know, like you put the straw in the milk and you start blowing. You're like, oh no, the straw's broken. Then you flip it over and it starts working, and then you use it right and it works. Like, oh, okay, good. They both stared at me like I was an idiot. It was great. All right, so there's my peeled back blue, mostly up here. That blue that looks all swirly down there is going to continue to look cool and swirly like that, but that's going to be the body of the piece. Then it'll fade into this. So should work just fine. We're going to go ahead and move on and gather up some more glass. We're going to pick up those florets out of the oven, and then we'll come over and lay them down on the piece. Hey, hey. Yeah. Tell her it's a lot better deal than if she goes and looks at it on Etsy. Oh, she might be back. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely just after this piece, I guess. I think, I know. I'm telling you, man, these days are not really the sales days. you doing? Come on in. About halfway through making a vase. Just finished putting all the color pattern together. I'll bring it over and show you as I come out of here. So I have a series of those little pieces like you see on the table there, little florets. I just heated them up in the oven and picked them up on the outside of this bubble that I have with a couple different colors inside there. This is really hot. Yeah, if it's glowing like that, it's over 1,000 degrees. And right now it's probably about 13 or 1,400 degrees. And every time I go in here, this furnace is probably about 2,100, maybe 2,200. Every time I go in here, it's going to heat up the glass and soften it to make sure it's easy for me to work with. That's the only reason I go in here. Well, this is my shop, so this is all my glass you see in here and all that, but I do teach all the time. I have people that come in and learn from me. So I'm going to continue to keep smoothing this down because I don't want to see any texture in the piece. You see how it's really bumpy right now? Those are little ones of those that I made from earlier. Those are actually trimmings of other pieces of glass that I made throughout the last few months. These are like the ends of a different piece that were trimmed off. So now I use them like this to put on the outside of something. Yeah, get the pattern. Now, every now and then you'll see me inflate it, try to expand the glass back out, but really what I'm doing here is smoothing this out, just trying to heat it and soften it so I can smooth out that texture. And then once I'm ready, I'm going to go back in the furnace and get another big layer of clear on the outside. Just dip this back in the furnace and build up more. That way I have enough material to actually blow the whole shape out. Oh, in here it takes about an hour to heat up in the beginning of the day. This turns off every night, no problem. That one takes 5 days to get up to temperature. There's a crucible in there that holds about 150 pounds of glass, and it's an electric furnace, and you need to go very slow with your ramp up and ramp down. So that furnace doesn't get turned off, but every couple years when I need to replace the crucible. Otherwise, it's on all day, every day. Yeah, a little bit here and there. I try not to, but I mean, burns don't feel good. But you can see there's a lot of chances. I mean, if one of these little sparks landed on my arm, you could say that burned me, but it doesn't really hurt that bad. And there's a time when you're working with glass that you get over the whole it's hot thing, and you just start doing what you got to do, and you learn how to do it safely. It's all made in here. Yeah, same way. Mm-hmm. This furnace I'm in right now has a 12-inch diameter. So when I'm making something bigger, I can still heat it up, still fit it in there to heat it up. But if you're making something bigger than that, which is not actually that difficult to do, to make a bowl that opens up wider than the chamber is. So that's what that furnace over there for. That's an 18-inch diameter. And they do make much bigger ones. I mean, there's studios that have 36-inch diameter glory holes, and just enormous things. Not, no, I'd rather you not. Thanks. Hang on one sec. Sorry, which one were you asking? The black furnace? Yeah, that's where it melt and store the glass. That's the one that's on 24/7. Okay, so now that this is starting to cool down, I can bring it over and show you more how the pattern's going to look. It has a background of a very dark blue up here, fading down to kind of a pale jade green that you'll see more of at the bottom. The other pieces are all just another 5 versions of these, and they're all melted down and smoothed out on the surface. So now I can go in and cool it, or excuse me, I'm cooling it down now so that I can go in and gather more glass on the outside. Once I do that, I'll have a thin layer and I'll be able to make it bigger. What's your question, buddy? Well, I started about 20 minutes ago, and it'll take me about another 20 minutes. So less than an hour for most pieces. Many pieces, like little drinking glasses, take 15 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that. But bigger pieces like this, you have to take longer. More complicated color patterns, you need to slow the process down. You buy it as in whatever form you want it. It is colored glass. You can buy it in a long rod if you want. You can buy it in a powder, crushed up into a pulverized frit. Is what it's called. Crushed up colored glass is frit. Usually that's what's over here in these pans, like that. That's like a champagne colored frit. So there's different ways to apply glass. There's like a couple thousand years of development in how to apply colored glass. So. And now that it's starting to cool back down to about 1,000 degrees, it's glowing a whole lot less, right? You can see a very dull red glow in there. That is the sign that now it's cooled down to the point where it's not liquid anymore. It's much more solid. So now we can go back in the furnace, and I can trust this bubble not to heat up and just wrinkle down and give up when I go into the furnace here. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go into the glass. I'm going to turn and gather up a new layer of clear. When I come out, I'm going to strip off a little of the excess in there. Oops. So that's the new hot glass running around. You don't really need all that you can take, so you got to let it strip off, and it gives you a much more manageable amount to work with. You hear that snap, crackle, pop in there. That's the cold glass getting broken from the hot glass. And now I've got a thin, manageable amount to work with. I can use this whole amount to make the piece. I'll just use a wet newspaper like that to kind of manage the glass around the side. And now I can reheat, soften it, and start shaping it and blowing it out when I'm ready. Hey, Sokies. Can you see the different temperatures from back there? There's not one organized color of glowing glass through here, right? You see there's some hot spots, there's some cold spots. You can probably see that from back there, right? That's the kind of thing I need to fight against. So that's why I'm going in the oven and stopping that from having such a difference in temperature. What I want is everything to be the same temperature. So when I blow it out, it's not going to blow out to the hot part or to the away from the cold part. I need everything to be the same balanced out temperature. So that's why I stay in here. Later on, I'll be doing stuff like staying halfway in, halfway out, and that'll give me a certain heat on a certain place of the glass. But right now, it's all about evening out everything. See how it already, just by staying in there, it's starting to be more evened out in temperature. It's going to start acting more like one even bubble now. your day. Okay, so we got the bottom half of the piece done for now. I need to break it off the pipe, flipping it over so that I have it attached from the bottom here. That way I can reheat just this top section and work on that. That'll be the lip of the vase up here. That'll be the foot down there. Oh, yeah, everything in here is made the same way, yeah. You have to blow the bubble out from the top down, you shape it in that organization, then you flip it over, and then you redo the top. Thanks, yeah. Those are in the 560 price point. And they come with the hardware. So I'm just generally giving this an overall flashing heat. A flash like that, just 3 seconds in and right back out. That's not really heating up the glass. That's just giving it a once-over heat treatment. And then we're going to let it hang out right there and cool down for a couple of seconds while I get this part ready. This is going to be a solid iron with a tiny little dab of glass on the end. It's going to act like a little bit of glue. It's going to be what I use to stick to the bottom of the vessel. So I don't need much. I'm going to let it all run back and just run around the side. I'll even peel it back just a little bit. The word for this is a punty, P-U-N-T-Y. It's made for transferring the vessel off of the blowpipe. So I let that hang out there. We'll give this one more good healthy flash. Make sure the whole thing has been evenly heated recently so that builds a good strength through the wall thickness. It stops the glass from wanting to break through the piece when I'm ready to break it off of the pipe. So I'll just keep that there, keep it turning, and I'll be using this. In the meantime, I'm going to keep that from wobbling or slumping or anything weird. And now I can take this hot bit of punty and just stick it on the bottom. And you can see from back there, it's much hotter That's much hotter than there. You can just see the color of it. So that's going to be where I fuse it on. It's fusing on now and cooling down on center. And since that's still a firmer point of attachment, I can re-weaken this up here, stressing out that glass with just some water in the jack line. I'm going to send a vibration down there, and it breaks right where I want it to, instead of potentially being unevenly heated and potentially cracking, sending that vibration down the piece. That's a crack. That's no good. So we wanted it to break right where we had it. So now you can see I'm back here, and I can heat just the top of the piece if I want to. I don't have to have the whole thing moving around all at once to be able to work on that space. Remember, I got to get my color out and have it ready. Oh, I just started on this a half hour ago. I started in January of 2000. So it was a good way to start the career. You know, January of 2000, that's my starting point. Tib Wolfer Art. Thank you for being here. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Hey. Come on back, Dan. Hey, Dan, come on back. Hang on, just hang on for a second. Okay, yeah, you're ready. You're gonna have to do a manual entry. Hey, JTL, yeah, I've got another one today. We are we're doing another fireworks piece today. Actually, I got another one lined up for after this too. This is crimson red. This is going to be an accent of color that goes on the lip of that piece that you just saw me trimming. You guys have any questions? Fire away, okay? Email, phone call, text message, DM. So there's not really much major changes I'm making now, just kind of fine tuning to get everything in center and in line. And then we'll just call it, we'll put it away. Anybody have any questions? Nothing? Probably about 2,200. I don't know exactly because I don't keep that one regulated. It just needs to be hot enough to melt. The one in the middle there that looks like Darth Vader is always exactly 2,115 all the time. That's where you melt and store the glass, so you need that one to be real carefully regulated. This one just turns on, you get it hot, you work out of it, and you turn it off. It's just an empty chamber. All right, this will probably be one of my last things here. We're pretty much done. I'm just being finicky by fine-tuning it so much here. I don't like it when they have a little wobble to them. Sure. Enjoy your day. Okay, so now I have to flash the whole thing, give it all an even temperature, because it could easily crack right now. If I just go break it off of here, I have to break it. I have to bonk the metal to send the vibration to break it off. If it's not evenly heated, that crack is going to continue into the piece, and that's a crack. That's not a separation. So we're going to flash the whole thing. Stay in there and get the whole thing to be the same temperature by just going all the way in like this, and then without letting any one part get hot, come out, float with it, and I'll go back in just another second. Okay, now I'll take it over here. Try to be careful with it and just take one dot of water right there. That should be enough to get it to come off there pretty easy. Now we're going to torch this and smooth out that sharp edge. There's a broken edge there, so it's got to be fire polished. Then I put it in the oven and let it cool down overnight. With some gloves that you can reach into a 1,000-degree oven with. Real quick before I put it away. 3, 2, and there we go. Okay. All right, so that's going to stay in there for the rest of the day. Tonight it'll cool down overnight. Sure. And it'll cool down slowly, take about 12 hours. Tomorrow when I come in, it's ready. Well, it's the only method of glass working that you need to use to inflate a bubble, which is the basis of that whole, everything in here. It's a bubble that's been shaped and colored. So yeah, it is blown, yeah. There was a time for a while where they had glass, but not glass blowing. You know, like they didn't have the metallurgy to be able to gather it or melt it properly. So as a material, you can say glass is about 4,000 years old in use as glass. Glass blowing is about 2,000 years. So there's a couple thousand years where they didn't have anything but ability to melt it, break it up, maybe learn how to color it, add metals to it, and do things with it like a gemstone or things like that. But it wasn't glass blowing, you know. And if they were blowing, they would gather the glass and they would actually inflate it with a little droplet. They would poke it, stick a droplet of water in there, and watch it go, and then it's blown. And then they can open that up and they have a vessel that they can work with. So there's a lot of methods like that that we still use. Not much has had to change. You know, it's all still glass blowing. You still have to gather the liquid stuff and blow the bubble out of it. We just have better technology. So, sure, yeah. Feel free to look around. If you have any more questions, ask away. I'm going to cool down for a bit. Hey, thanks, Andrew. Sweaty mess already. That didn't take long, did it? And now he remembers to turn on the fans.
And
Okay.
the guy wants to replace some outside fixtures. Sent you some emails.
I'm not going to do this job. Is he still here? Okay. I'm not going to, I'm not,
I'll tell him I talked to you about it and you don't want to do it.
it's a, go buy some new lights.
I told
It's
him-
time to replace the $20 lights that he has from 30 years ago.
I just, what I told him, I said, all to do this, it costs you 4 times what it costs to buy brand new.
No, 10. It would, I mean,
Whatever.
I'm not going to, there's only so many times I can like stop responding to somebody.
I just didn't want to interrupt you to do it. You want to say now?
Sure. Yeah, I got to cool down. Yeah, I didn't have the fans on. Like all, like that one, that one, that one, that one, none of them. There's a plug right there. It's just a really short cord.
Ask and you shall receive. So I sold a little reduction bowl and a paperweight.
For the $15 bowl I made yesterday.
Yes, they loved it. Some girl was gonna have it for her.
I wonder, were they here yesterday? Did they see it made?
No.
Oh, okay. There was a lot of people that really liked watching that little piece made yesterday. I was so surprised because there's all this other stuff out here, and they just loved that little wavy thing. Just pull back on the fin.
Should be okay.
This is good. Thank you. This is actually like real food. Yeah, I made $100 last night in sales. Art walks and Carousel Day are the 2 days of the year that I can pretty much guarantee there's going to be nothing in sales. Basically nothing. If there is, though, the thing is, it always comes late in the day. It's always that person that's like wandering around all day. They come down at like 4:30, and then they buy $200 worth of stuff.
I got a ginger ale. You want it?
Oh, I'm okay with water, thanks. Guys, I'm sorry. I think I did miss some chat. Oh, JTL, I see your question now. I'm sorry, I missed that. What shapes are the hardest to get wobbles out? Does the shape shift a bit during annealing? Okay, so the hardest shapes, the hardest things to get the wobbles out of are above and beyond goblets. Goblets have a lot of points of attachment and areas to wobble and to go off center. They need a real delicate kind of alignment that you have to figure out as you go. And no, as long as you don't put it away too hot, then it will not change shape. You can actually get away with quite a bit when you're doing something like centering a goblet. You can do a lot of centering and then kind of overheat the whole thing, let it cool, and then put it away. And like just giving it a little extra time before it goes in the annealer can be the reason that it sets up just enough to not slump. I have made goblets that have like very heavy stems on them, and those have tended to slump or something like that. But this piece today was a little difficult because it had such big, thick masses on the side of the wall. So it would every time I heat it up, it would like start pulling itself off center, and then I'd have to get it back just to be able to do a little work on the lip. The whole thing was moving. But that's okay. We're back. All right, guys, I gotta go call and check in on my ladies. I'll be back. Show you a little something before we get started on the bigger project. It's a solid iron, glowing on the end. Remember I was telling you hot glass sticks to things that are hot. So that's what that whole thing there is for, is just warming up the end of the iron. We'll go in here, spin, and collect it up. It's kind of like honey on the end of a big chopstick, very runny when it comes out of there. That's exactly 2,100 degrees. While it's hot like this, you have to keep it turning and shape it up before it cools. Otherwise, you just got to go in the furnace and heat it up again. It's no big deal, but some things you can heat up easily, other things you can't. Oh, come on. Oh, well. He's there.
Not even with display.
Okay, so let me get my bigger blowpipe up. You guys have a question, just shout them out while we're working. I say we, it's just me today. My buddy Dan out there is managing the tables for me. That's one of the first things we do, is you got to set up the color application before you get all the material to blow out the full shape. So the first half of everything you see me do is going to be to set up the color. In this case, I'm going to be picking up a chunk of colored glass out of there. It's not that big. It's like a pale jade green, kind of real foggy green color. We're going to take that and blow a tiny bubble into that, and then we're going to use that to take another color of blue and smear it over top, overlaying it around the outside of that. Once I get that overlaid, I'll have like an inside and an outside color, two different layers. After that, I'll gather up more clear, and then I'll go in and pick up these little florets that I just put in the oven over here that are heating up right now. If I blow in the end of this real hard and trap my thumb over the end, you see I pop a bubble right through. That's because this isn't the glass blowing part. This is the pop a bubble through to make a collar on the end of the pipe part. So I'm just going to ream this out a little bit. Now I've got just a collar on here that I'm going to use to pick up the color in the oven over here. So that little chunk of color is the jade green pastel color. And I'm just going to lightly introduce it to the heat because I don't want it to break. You know, by being put in there too quickly, you can shock the glass from the thermal stress and it will blow up, literally pop inside there. So. It's just going to soften up. Now it's okay. It's not going to be breaking. So I'll get all the way in here. We'll totally liquefy this and blow a bubble into this little marshmallow. I don't. Sometimes with students, I'll sketch out stuff to teach them, but I don't really do that for myself anymore. It's been 25, 26 years now. I just, if I think it, I'm like, yep, I do it. You know, I just do it that way. There's definitely some times when you need to get your stuff laid out on paper, though. This is going to be very similar to a piece. Well, it's going to be almost identical to a piece I made earlier and just put in the oven a little while ago. There's a piece out on the table. It's blue and it's got these little white firework-looking things on the outside. It's a tall V-shaped vase. That's the idea. That's what we're making. So complex? Oh, I don't know. I mean, that chandelier took a week to put together. I was taking a class on how to make chandeliers, so like the whole class made a chandelier each person. There we go. It's starting to soften up and really liquefy now. It's not evenly heated though. I need to keep heating it up and shaping it a little bit in order to get it right for me to blow a bubble into. Okay, now it's really starting to act nice and evenly heated. It's kind of showing me where the heat is building up inside there, which is good because if it's unevenly heated, meaning there's like hot spots and cold spots in there, then that means that when the bubble blows out, the bubble is going to blow into those hot parts. It's not going to blow out the cold glass before it blows out the hot glass. So that just means your wall thickness is going to be uneven from the start, and that just causes all kinds of problems. So just cooling it down like this, if I hold it up, I can see it's hot enough to squish back and kind of fatten up right there. You see that? That tells me that the inside of my gather is still warm, which is good because I can blow it out. I can pressurize it, hold some air in there, and just wait and watch what happens. We'll see eventually it'll start swelling up, and that's how we know there's a bubble in there. Since it's an opaque glass, that's the only way we know. And actually, there it goes. See, it just, in the last couple seconds, it just rounded itself out a little bit more. That's all you need. Like, if you do any more than that, then what happens is the bubble's pretty thin from then on, so you can't really trust it to be heated evenly. It'll collapse. It'll do all kinds of stuff. So we're just going to shape this up a little bit now that we know there's a bubble in there, and we'll get it ready for the next part of the process. This is the starter bubble. All right, so now, yeah, it just sets it up in place here and cools it down quicker. I mean, it really just took it from maybe 1300 down to 1100, something like that, just small changes. If I just blasted it for a long time, it would get too cold and then it would eventually be stressed out, but it's just for setting it up in place. My next move is to go in the furnace and gather again. And if I gather while this glass is still warm and able to move around, then it's going to do that because it's going to heat it up the second you put it in there. It starts softening up and moving around, so you won't have a bubble. You'll just have a mess. It just turns to a mess. So, but now, hanging out, talking a lot, you get right back down to, much more rock solid. So you can trust this to go in and stick it back in the glass and spin. You got to spend some time in there, and you collect the glass out of there, then you got to strip it off. Stripping it off means I'm just letting it run right back off of there. It gives me a more manageable, thinner amount to work with on my bubble. This glass is going to go back in the furnace. Just melt it down and do something else with it later. Like any clean, clear glass, even this stuff, it's totally fine for remelting again. You get 100% yield out of it. It's good material. But if it falls on the ground, if it has color in it from my bubble or anything like that, or metal flake, the metal that it scales off of here, that's dirty glass, which will contaminate what you have in your good furnace there. So you don't want to use the wrong glass in your furnace. Now you see that bubble on the inside has already started warming up and moving around along with everything else I had. So I'm just going to cool it in that same kind of a shape it was before, kind of shaped like a bullet. And we're going to let this freeze up, and now I've got a layer of clear on the outside of my color. So the next color I put on here is not going to interact with the base color. It's separated by a thin layer of clear. So in the meantime, I'll let that hang out. And I'm going to go take another iron, tiny little dab of glass on the end of this, and I'll pick up my chunk of color that I need to heat up and drip on the outside of that bubble. It's a separate iron that you need for that. Sorry? Oh, this is my shop. This is where I teach. Yeah. Yep. I have 3 students per beginning class, so it's 3 students and me on one furnace. It's one-on-one timing or time set. The Discover Glassblowing class is more like the experience class, 1-day experience. That's got 6 students with me, and we do similar kind of projects. You know, I give you a lot more in 1 day than I do in the beginning class. Try to give it all to you in 1 day. So it is really just the experience of it, you know. But on day 1 of the beginning class, we actually dive into how to gather the glass properly and all the subtleties that go into that. How to, everything. Glassblowing is one of those things that seems very self-explanatory. When you see it, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. But then when you sit down and try and do it, it's just like, what am I even doing here? It's the weirdest material that like nobody is familiar with. Everything's weird when it comes down to working with a liquid, sideways like this. So there's a lot to take in, and it really just comes down to hours spent with it, glass in hand, so you can learn how to turn it and anticipate it instead of react to it all the time. Things like that. So right now I'm just going in to flash my bubble and give that an even heat while this cools down. I'm going to set this up right over here and have that ready for the next move. I'm going to heat this little droplet up, and I'm going to drip it on top of that, cut it off, and overlay it down around the surface. So it's going to be a layer of color on the outside. This is actually a very, if I remember correctly, this is a teal. Yeah, it's like concentrated juice. You got to thin it out to see what color it really is. When you buy transparent colors, they pretty much all look black when you buy them, and then you cut a sliver off, blow it out with your clear glass, and it stretches out real well. In college, in an art program. At Salisbury University, when I got there in 2000, they had just started the glass program, got like the funding to build the glass program. So I was there for what are we doing? Like we're building equipment. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing this semester. And we did that for the fall. And the the winter session, like right at 2000, January, we started actually gathering glass and learning how to do it. There was like 6 people in a class at the time, like just enough to be able to hold the class. And now they have like each semester there's like 25 students graduating with a glassblowing degree. Like, it's crazy. The program is so much bigger now. I mean, we built our own equipment. Now they're buying new equipment, like buying new buildings for it and all that. Yeah, no, good question. No. I mean, it's cool. It's great to see it, but it's not realistic, you know? I mean, it's not like there's a bunch of people out there headhunting for, you know, the new graduating class of glassblowers, you know? It really just comes down to what you can do with it. So if you're good at teaching, how good at teaching are you? And if you're good at making glass, are you good at selling it? You know, you might be good at making it, but are you good at selling it? You know, are you able to get yourself out there? There's a lot of aspects to it, and none of it's easy. You need. No, it's good. All right, so I'm going to smear from the tip back. Push forward. I'm trying to bring the majority of the new color up to the top up here. That way, when I blow this out completely, it'll have a fade. You know, more dense teal at the top to the base color showing more at the bottom. And I think I'm pretty much done with that now. So now I need to get more glass and pick up these little florets that I have in the oven over here. Oh yeah, I got a nice thick fade up there. That'll show up eventually. But just like I was saying before with the color, you just got to trust what you're doing. You know, like trust that you use the right color, because it's going to look weird the whole time. You can't really trust what you see while you're working with it. But you know, that red, when I end up putting this red on the piece later on for a little accent of color on the lip, it's going to look red, and then it's going to look like liver brown, like brick red at best. And then as it cools down overnight, it comes back to crimson. You know. All right, I just threw a little extra air pressure in there and just hold it in there and see if it starts to fill out. See it rounding out just a bit. That's my bubble inside, still showing me that it's in there and it's okay. We're going to end up gathering more clear in just a second and picking up those florets. A vase, vase, I don't know. So now that it's cooling, you can start seeing that base color showing through more down here than it is up there. That's just a hint towards the fade that we'll have later on. So the little unevenness, it's fine. This gets thinned out, stretched out quite a bit from where it is. So we're going to let it hang out and cool down while I make sure my things are okay in here. Everything good? Cool. Oops. All right, so now we're getting some better color out of it. That looks nice. Yeah. Still not, I mean, it's not really going to be green. This is like blue glass that's glowing yellow, so it looks green. See that new glass around the bubble is starting to heat the bubble up. It's actually starting to move the core of it as well. But the outside is much warmer than that cool bubble on the inside, even though it is heating up. So my goal here is to balance out the temperature as best I can. You can probably see also it's hotter there than it is there, just in the glow. That's important to be able to see. That's one thing I'm always looking for, is how is the temperature balancing out through the wall thickness, because there's a bubble inside here. If I have cold spots or hot spots, then that's where the bubble blows out. You know, like it's going to blow to the least resistance in the glass. So that's going to be the hottest part or the thinnest part. But for now, and again, see, you can't trust the color you see. It's just glowing. It's hot, you know. So I'm going to let this cool a little bit because I want the body of the piece to not be flopping around so hot that it's all moving. I want the skin of it, like the hottest part, to be on the outside. That way, when I go pick up my colors, my bubble's not going to be changing shape. See, just little bits like that. You can see it's still got the heat in there. It's moving around, but keep it turning so it doesn't wobble. So I'm going to come over here to the oven. That black oven is holding right around 1,000 degrees, maybe 1,050. And that's keeping the glass hot, but not so hot that it's slumping. It's not at that temperature yet. That would be about 1,200 or so. 1050 is good for picking up stuff and getting it to stick onto your bubble. So I'm going to go in here and just do touch, flip, touch, flip, touch, flip, touch, flip. Here we go. Got these little shards on there, but they're not shards. They're like specific little buttons that were leftovers from other pieces. They're like little clusters of canes that I put together. I can show you a sample of one. These were sitting on the table there for the last couple hours. I just decided to put them in the oven recently. So now when I sit down, I can just take these and remember, I need to balance out the heat. That's the most important, really. So I'm just going to plant these down in there. And each time I come out, I want to be able to heat them along with the bubble and not have the bubble be the hottest floppy thing that's moving around there. It's all got to balance out. So I'll do stuff like cool the tip down here with a wet newspaper. Let it get potentially even a little bit too chilly. So the next time I heat it up, everything starts balancing out the heat better. It's the best tool for the job. There's, there's like a graphite kind of a sleeve that people will put a newspaper in sometimes, and it gives you a nice touch on the glass. The problem is, though, that anything other than like a good paper stock, it really has to be oversaturated with water. Like any kind of a fabric, whether it's Kevlar or asbestos or whatever you want to use, it's got to be like sopping wet with water in order to do the same thing that you can do with a newspaper with just a gentle touch. So, and that ends up being, yeah, I make it one day. I have a method for, there's like a tri-fold method you can do. You cut the corners to get the air out. You soak it in a bucket of water for a couple hours, get all the air to rise out of there. lay it on the floor and push it flat, and it's like a mache, you know, over time. Like it, then let it sit overnight in a plastic bag. The next day, it's like the perfect non-overly smoky newspaper. Like they burn, you know, like. But if you get the water soaked into the material, it becomes a really nice mache that you can just use for like 5 or 6 days of steady use. I mean, it's a newspaper being touched right to the bare glass. It's, you got to be nice to it. And over time, the problem is that they get kind of creased, little gaps fill through there, and then you start getting little steam shots going right at your hand through the paper. I also have a blow hose that I can hook up to the end on the mouthpiece there and be able to inflate it while I'm sitting down and shaping it. This takes away the need for an assistant to be over there crouched down ready to inflate and blow for you. Not sure how well you can see the surface of this, but there's some texture on there right now. It's a little bumpy. If I go into the furnace and gather more glass on the outside of this, each bump is going to be a bubble because the glass won't fill in the gap, the texture. So it's a way to trap bubbles in there, but also that can be unfortunate. You don't always want to trap a bubble in there. It's not like a weakness in the glass, it's just a visual thing, and I don't want to have any bubbles. So I'm spending all my time smoothing this out and kind of making it as flush as I can. Okay, let's bring it over and take a look at it. So now you might see there is a little bit of texture on there, but my plan to get rid of that is to stay out here and just hang out with it and let it cool down more, so that next time I heat it up, the surface is going to take the heat first and it will smooth out better without the whole thing needing to bounce around. Those patterns are very thick amounts of glass that like just added onto the wall thickness. That's why they really took a while to balance out the temperature. But we got our fade. Now, what was it you that asked about how the color? Everything we've done until now has just been for the color pattern. Yeah, there's a bubble in there, but now we're going to gather the glass and fill out the material. This is very similar to most of the other stuff I make. The first half or 2/3 of the process is for the color pattern. The rest of it is for actually blowing out the shape that you wanted to make out of it. That's what takes the development. It's harder to do the color cleanly than it is to make a vessel. But color makes everything more difficult. It's a whole lot easier. Technically, it's a lot easier to make a clean, clear bubble, maybe even blow it into a mold and have like a pristine, clear thing. You could say it's easier, but color adds different complexities. And it's funny, if you have a whole table full of clear stuff, people will always go towards the colored stuff. If you fill up all colored stuff, they just say, I just like the clean, beautiful, crystal clear stuff. So you got to have some for everybody. All right, this will be my last heat, and I'm going to smooth it out and get it ready for the next gather where we get all the glass we need. Wall Street Journal is the best paper stock for this. It's a real nice thick paper. They don't use much bleach in the paper, so it doesn't stink that bad. You know, there's just something about it. It's better. Anybody have any questions while we got a minute here? I got a little time to let this freeze up before I go and get into it for the next half hour. We're live streaming on Twitch and YouTube today. One thing I do like about the way that this pattern works out is that, remember, even though every color on here was separated by a layer of clear, like between the base, the second, and then the third, they pushed into that second layer and distorting the way that that color is going to look against the background. So each one of these will have this slight little highlight around the edges of it because of the way it affected the colors behind it. You can't completely control it, and the point was to have a fade. Like as we blow this out, it'll be a more top to bottom, more nice ombre kind of effect there, but so this is a bucket of glass that's going to go back in the furnace later today. It's just clean, clear glass. That's what I melt down. In here is where the melted glass is. You go in there and you spin real fast like you're gathering up honey on the end of a chopstick. When you get it out of there, it's very runny. It just wants to be a puddle. So you have to get it off of there pretty soon in order to help yourself have a nice, manageable amount of glass to use. Like I don't need all that I got there. I'm just letting it run off. I get a nice thin layer. And now that's the whole amount of glass I need for the vase. That's going to go back in the furnace someday, somewhere. And then we'll start shaping this up. First thing is going to be with the wet newspaper. Just give it a little touch, cooling the outside and kind of creating a bit of a skin on the outside and just managing that hot, runny glass that's eventually going to start heating up the inner bubble. Watch, if I stop turning just for a second, you can see the inside bubble is already soaking up the heat and moving around. And you can probably see from back there's a lot of different temperatures going on in here. It's hotter inside there than it is there. The little fireworks are hot. There's cold spots. If I were to blow this out right now, it would blow out very unevenly into the thickness. It would blow out all the hot parts first. So we're not going to do that. We're going to balance out all the temperatures by going in here and then cooling it down and coming back in here. And every time I come out of here, I should see that it's more evenly heated. And the fireworks have the same temperature as the background color from top to bottom everywhere. That way, when I'm blowing it out, I can trust that it's going to blow out an even wall thickness. See, already it's getting closer, but we still got some cold spots underneath each of the blobs, right? So just take your time and cool it down a little bit. Get that skin back on the outside of cooler glass. Every now and then I'll dunk my paper. You notice the paper rides on a layer of steam between the two. There's a point when it starts to be smoke and not steam, so that's when you see me do this kind of a wince away thing. It just has a habit of going right into your face while you're working on it. Okay, now I've been in here quite a few times. I can feel it's really moving around now. It's very soft and it's gotten much more evened out in temperature. So it's time to move on and start blowing it out. I'm going to cool it a little first, get it into a good shape. Stretch it out and blow gently. Just start seeing the way that it's going to inflate. It still has potential to blow out unevenly. So I'm going to continually cool this part down here. This is the bottom of the vase. That's the lip of the vase up there. So it's going to sit like that on the table eventually. But give that a little bit of a chill down there so I can keep building up more even heat up top. Anybody have any questions while I got a second? Okay. Sorry? It's not light. It's probably I don't know, maybe a 5-pound pipe. And the glass on here is probably about 4 pounds maybe. But that doesn't mean it's 9 pounds actually. That means that I can't touch it that far up. So I can't like just lift it and lift 9 pounds or 4 pounds. It's the Corning Museum of Glass did this whole study scientifically that tried to figure out how much it really feels like when you have 1 pound of glass on here on the end, what it feels like here, and it's a 5-to-1 or so ratio. So for every 1 pound whiskey glass that you make, it like in actuality it feels like you're lifting 5 pounds moving around. Because it's not that you're lifting it, it's that you have to be like moving it. You can't. It's not just hold on to it because it's dripping the whole time. So you've got to be loose with it. It's about dexterity. And that adds to the stress when you're trying to lift something heavy. Heavy glass is a whole thing. You know, it's like you really got to learn how to use it and work with it. But then again, lightweight glass, like stemware, is its own very difficult thing to learn how to do because you have to do it so fast. You don't have any time to work on it because it cools down so quickly because it's so thin. You know, you want to make a delicate piece of glass, you want it to be thin. It means you have to do it right the first time. Which actually is more like you have to do it right on time 10,000. You know, you do it really well a long time, then you start feeling like you're okay at it. All right, so I've got my general shape filled out here, but I need to start fine-tuning what's going to happen next. We're going to be squeezing a constriction right over here. This is going to be how the piece breaks off of my blowpipe. I got to get it off of here somehow. So I'm going to tighten down a constriction right here. That way when I blow out the rest of the piece, it can get bigger and I have a nice place to break it. This is when you start feeling the heat. Because that heat is radiating off of this thing pretty quickly and hot. Okay. Any questions? Okay, so now you saw I squeezed in that constriction over the course of a couple of heats, and then I blew it out to inflate the shoulder area. And now, see how I'm halfway in, halfway out of the heat. The bottom half of the bubble is getting all the heat, and the top half is staying nice and stable and cool, so I can use that as my shoulder. When I come back out, I'm going to draw it down and stretch. And just basically over the course of a couple of heats, I'll let gravity do the work for me and let that stretch itself out. And right back to the heat. Building up an even heat through here is how I'm going to be able to stretch that whole shape out and get the most use out of it as I continually inflate a little bit more and more. Okay. Those big pieces in the middle really cause a lot of potential for the bubble to get pulled off center in different ways. So you got to heat it up and get it soft enough that they can move, but then they start moving out, so you got to bring them back in. Keep your shape consistent. Oh, I'll put it in an oven and we'll cool it slowly tonight. It takes 12 hours. If it's a huge, thick piece, like there's some pieces up in the window, the third window, those big flat things, they took 50 hours to cool because they're so thick and they really need that time to be able to slowly come down. All right, bottom half is done for now. I'm just going to flash it and give it an overall heat, just kind of a 1-2 in here. And this is giving the wall thickness an even heat, which gives it a good strength. So we're going to let that hang out and cool down just for another minute while I get the next part of the process done. This is a solid iron called a punty. Punti is an Italian word for bridge or transfer. As a verb, we're going to transfer the vessel off the blowpipe onto this iron, holding it from the other end so that I can reheat the top of the piece. Now, I need to heat this up so I can gather a little glass on here. In the meantime, I'm going to flash my piece again because it can't get too cold. If it gets too cold, like anywhere down to about 1,000 degrees for too long, it's going to be stressed out and it'll break when I'm ready to crack it off of here. It'll break down the side of the piece. So I need to keep a nice average overall heat throughout the whole thing. Make sure it's not getting stressed out. Now I can take a little dab of glass on the end of this iron. And this is going to be like the glue that I use to stick it on. Give this a nice like 4 or 5 second flash. And then set it down so I can heat up my punty and get this part hot while I keep this on center. This also is usually a 2-person thing. A lot of this is like working in a kitchen. Everybody's got their own job that they need to be able to kind of do according to the big picture time. But if you can do it all yourself, you might as well. Stick it on there. And now you can see from back there, it's much hotter here than it is up there. So that's a hotter point of attachment, even though it's smaller. I said hotter, I mean stronger. I'm going to dribble some water down in here, stressing out this connection. And that way, when I'm ready to bonk it off, I'll just send a vibration through it, and it breaks right where I want it to. And I've got an open hole at the end there that I can use to be the lip of the piece now. Yeah, thanks. So now this nice tiny little connection that I have here is the only thing I'm holding that on there with. It's pretty warm, able to move around, so I need to keep it on center and heating up carefully. And we're going to work on just the lip next. Okay, so again, I'm looking all around the piece to make sure it's evening out in heat. Making sure there's no weird wobble spots or hot spots that are soaking up the heat. But my goal is to soak up the heat up here only. So I'm going to torch that for a little bit. We'll shape it and we'll trim it so it's got a nice clean edge. I'm going to use these little shears I have on the bench behind me to trim it down. They look like bonsai shears. Oh yeah, I mean, I have to do it all. So I demonstrate, I do beginning level classes, I do some private lessons with some returned students. I keep my online shop running and moving. updated is, that's a whole job on its own. I do all my own photography, video, editing, everything. So there's always something to do. My most popular lamp, like the one that sells regularly every month, I just always get orders for, is on the far right up here. The little blue and blue lamp, That's a very popular one. So that one, I might sell 5 or 6 of those a month. And I could make 5 or 6 of those a day by myself if I needed to. They're pretty simple. These little cups that you saw out there, like the spots of color on the sides, I could make 20 of those a day by myself. But something like this, I'm not gonna take the energy to make more than 3 or 4 of these. That's a lot, My furnace holds 150 pounds of glass, so I can't use more than that per day. I did this order of these little sun catchers. They were just take it out of the furnace and drip it down on the table and press it flat, little pressed image kind of a thing with a hook on top. We were making those so fast that the furnace was getting cold because we had the door open so much. We were pulling so much glass out of there. So like the limit was being shown, like how much we can really pull out of there in one day per hour. If it ends up being a first quality piece, it would probably be between 3 and 4. Oh, that's just up to me tomorrow. It's, quality control is just personal preference, really. If I want to sign my name to it, it's a first quality piece. Well, no, not so much thick, just general, like, I can already tell you, I see a bunch of little spots of color that looks like they got picked up off the table. For me, that means it's already a second. If they show up and I see those tomorrow, then yeah, that's going to be a second. That's not, they don't get photographed and videoed and put on Etsy. I don't do that. I just put them out on the tables and see what I can get for them. Yeah, I mean, everything you see out there is actually listed on my Etsy page anyways, but you'd see, if you look on my Etsy page, you'll see everything's at least like 50% off here just to buy it from me. Okay, I need to get my color. I'm going to put an accent of color on the lip of this. I'm going to use this crimson. So I'll take a little dab of glass here, roll up some color on it. And this is when I really need to start being careful with my vase over there, make sure it doesn't get too cold. So I'll heat this and flash that all at the same time. Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Oh, I started working here for the previous owner in 2007. Bought the equipment and took over as a resident artist in 2009. Well, it was normally, yes, because there's not many studios, or there's not many like studio spaces here for them to rent out. Because this was a program that had been here since early 90s, it was an easy adoption to just take over and get grandfathered into the same space. They wanted the glass studio, and Rick, the previous owner, was getting ready to move to another art center. So they were happy to have me do it. And they haven't asked me to leave yet. So getting this little wrap, this little red wrap, super hot, so it'll just draw right around the edge of the lip of this piece. Okay, we've got our color accent on top. Now we just finish the shape. If I get it so hot that it's all moving around, that's not good at this point. I need to go small with my heats and make slow changes, because it could easily soak up the heat unevenly in whatever thin part of the glass there is. So this is when I start doing a little more back and forth. Anybody have any questions? How long have I been doing this? Since 25 years, 26 years. I've been working on this piece for about a half hour. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Oh, this is a super addictive medium to get into. Once you start getting into it and you have a place to do it, you learn a little bit about it. It makes sense why people spend their whole lives making glass, because it's very addictive to do. No matter how good you get at it, there's always a lot better out there, different methods to learn, new stuff. It's kind of a never-ending process of learning this. Yeah, I did a lot of, I really liked the bronze work, sculpture, and I did a lot of clay. I was in the potter's room for, the bulk of high school and community college. I did a bunch of ceramics. These are wood. It's a softer touch than the metal. Usually they're wet, but they started to dry up a little bit, so they're burning now. I keep them soaked in the bucket behind me all the time. It just takes a steady hand with a smooth rotation, and you can kind of get it right back where it wants to be. But every time you heat it, it wants to change shape, you know, it wants to open up. So it's pretty much done. I'm just going to maybe fuss with it a little bit more and fine tune it, but then we're going to put it away in the oven over there and cool it down for about 12 hours overnight tonight. All right. So that's it. We're going to leave it like that. We're going to let it cool down overnight. This is a teal to kind of a lime green down here, actually more jade green maybe. We're going to put this away. Oh, and the crimson red lip at the top. So I got to get this off the oven or off the iron. I'm going to put it in the oven here and just flash heat the whole thing. What I'm looking for is that not one part of it is hotter than another. See, the lip is hotter right now, so I'm just going to spend a little time cooling the lip in place and let that be. I'll go back in the heat and flash it again, trying to build heat further back to here. And now that I've evenly heated everything, I can just be real careful with it. Take 1 dot of water, put it right there. And that should be enough to stress out that attachment, just enough to get it to come off of there real lightly. You don't need to hit it hard. It should be just ready to go. I'm going to smooth out the broken edge. That's a fire polishing right here. And now I've got to put it in that oven right next to its brother over there. And they're going to cool down overnight tonight. It's still over 1,000 degrees, so I got to reach into an oven that's also 1,000 degrees. So I'm going to go ahead and put these on. Set it down. There we go. All right. It's done. Okay, thanks. Anybody have any questions? Yeah. I'll show you again in a little bit. Those were pre-made florets that were like little patterns that were trimmings from other pieces another day. Sure. Take care, guys. Have a good day. Like these are little trimmings of other roll-ups that I've done in the past. So these, if you heat them up, put them in an oven and get them to about 1,000 degrees, they become hot enough to stick to your glass bubble that you can use to stick them on the outside. And then that was one of the patterns that you saw there. So there's a background color that I used, two different colors to build that up. And I added a bunch of clear on it and then pick these up, add more clear, and blow it all out to size. So yeah, I'll leave these out because I'm probably going to do another one similar to this, but I'm definitely going to walk out and cool down for a couple minutes before we get started. So anybody have any other questions? Oh, yeah. Each layer, you're talking about the canopy of the tree up top, right? Each layer of that is a bunch of crushed up glass laid onto a flat plate that's heated up and just fused together. Like if you just pile up a bunch of glass broken up in a pattern and take it with a torch to it, you'll melt it and it will become a sheet of glass that we laid on top of the tree branch. And then did that again and laid another one on top, and like they build it up in layers. So we had to have those on these like ceramic plates in the oven, warm and ready to pick up out of there so we could torch it and pick it up and lay it on the tree with a really time sensitive kind of a process. I actually have a couple videos of that on my YouTube page you can find. Give me 15, 20 minutes, yeah, something like that, yeah. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, sure, yeah, of course. Thanks for hanging out. Hey everybody, thanks for being here and saying hi. Bruce Park Hill, thank you for being here. Yeah, this is the Carousel day in the park today. So it's the opening of the Carousel, which is the historic one in the center of the park. All the kids are up there hanging out and the parents come down here to watch me. So I just got my second piece in for the day and I'm gonna go change shirts so I can do another one because I don't like being soaked through like this. Give me a minute. long again. I'm gonna do it like a half smaller one.
Oh, just curious. We were like worried about like parking in here.
These two are. I'm not gonna do that elaborate anymore. I'll put these in the oven and then
Fair enough. No.
3, 4.
You have a YouTube too, right?
Yeah, I'm on both right now. Yeah.
I do love the high techness that you're doing with the Twitch and like I saw the num. Yeah, I was like that's.
It's taken a lot of work to get that together, but now that it is, I'm trying to use it as anytime I'm making glass myself, I'm doing it. But it's a lot. It's building up a 23. That's good. Started on my laptop camera right here, just looking at the bench and just kept building it up. Yeah, I got a zoom. Whoops. I got my zoom. I got a split screen with that. So this is I got this one is a tracking camera also, so that'll catch me and, follow me around. It's got presets, so I can send it right over there to the bench or, different things like that. Then I've got behind it, that's on the oven back there. I've got an overhead. I've even got a chandelier cam. This was the last one camera I could get in here. Where is it? There we go. Chandelier cam. So when I get like a new subscriber and stuff, it lights up. It does all this ridiculous stuff. They're actually, they're on the table out there. I have QR codes, and on my business card, that too. Yeah, I guess I should do one just specifically for Twitch or YouTube. But yeah, when I get a new subscriber, check out the chandelier. It does that. And then it puts a little picture in picture. So any other scene that I'm on, I get to let people know thank you, and all that. It takes a while, yeah. I just kind of pick a project and start working on it. Finish it, pick another project, start working on it. Each camera's worked out that way. So, and then you got to memorize your presets and all that. Okay, so I'm putting these two chunks of color in the oven over there. It's going to look just like what it is. It's kind of foggy jade, pale jade, and that's silver blue. This is a very, very rich royal blue. These are solid chunks of color. I need to put them in here and heat them up to about 1,000 degrees before they're going to be warm enough to use and pick up and melt down and blow a bubble into and all that kind of stuff. So I need to hang out and wait for those. In the meantime, I'll make another little piece and show you guys how to do some standard stuff. This is crushed up colored glass right here. It's called champagne. It's kind of a pale yellow kind of color. So I'm going to take a gather of glass out of the furnace and roll it in that crushed up colored glass, and it's going to pick up on the surface of the glass. So if you guys have a question while I'm working, shout them out, ask away. hot glass in the furnace here sticks to things that are hot. So you have to heat up the tip of the metal until it's glowing. So that's why we have that pipe warmer there, is to heat up the tip of the iron. When you go in here, there's a crucible in here that's holding about 150 pounds of melted glass. And the glass, when it's 2,100 degrees like that, it's very runny. It wants to be just a puddle on the ground. So you always have to keep it turning. That's what you're always doing, is keeping it in motion so it doesn't want to be a puddle or even off center. See, there's a big difference between off center versus on center when you're rolling and turning glass. You can cool it down on the table by just carefully rolling it around. You see already it's starting to cool down a little bit and move slower. While it's cooling down, if I roll it in the crushed up colored glass here, it's going to pick it up on the surface. You see, it just becomes a layer of these little spots. They need to melt down, but since they're glass, they're just going to melt down and become a lot of little spots. We'll build up multiple layers of the color by multiple heating, coming back and rolling on more. You'll see there's a point when it doesn't pick up anymore because the surface is cooled down. That's when you just come back and heat it up again. See, it takes about... I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. It's probably about 2,200, maybe 2,300. I don't know exactly because I don't have to keep that exactly the right temperature. But if we go by glow, I can tell you this is exactly 2115. Okay, so go by the color of orange that you see in there, and you see that's a little hotter, right? That's a little more white hot. That's probably a couple hundred degrees hotter than that is. So 2250 maybe. Well, as many as I want to. I'll decide when it seems like there's enough on there, and that'll be done. But then we'll move on to the next part of the process. This is just adding the color on the surface of the first gather. We still have to give the color a pattern. We have to blow a bubble out and to get more glass on the outside. So real smooth application like that, building it up. Now, you see how it all smoothed down? If I roll on the table real smooth, stand up, you see I can shape it very gently. You can even get all the way up here and shape the tip of it. But just by rolling it on the table, I'm cooling down the surface where the color is more than anything else. So I'll show you, if I just stop turning, it's still hot. It's still moving and dripping towards the ground. So that shows me it's liquid on the inside still. If I blow real hard and trap my thumb over the end and just hold that air pressure in there, the air has to go somewhere, or it's trying to go somewhere. So it goes into the glass and it fills out and you've got a bubble, okay? I'd let my thumb off to let it go because I don't want it to go too far. I actually want to gather more glass on top of this. So if I blow this out too big, it's going to be very thin and it won't be able to manage having new glass put on the outside of it. It'll just collapse. So for now, we know we have a bubble. And we know we've got our color finished on the outside. So I'm going to use another method. We're going to use this mold. This is an optic mold. It's an aluminum mold called an optic mold. If I took a clear glass bubble and dripped it down there, it would like break up the glass pattern a little bit, break up the optics of the glass. That's what it means. See all these cups over top of the door here? They all have that wavy, twisted pattern to them. That's what an optic mold does, is it breaks up the surface of the glass. In this case, what I want to do is actually break up the color pattern. So I heated it up, I'll stretch it out, I'll hang it down, stick it down in there and blow. See that? It filled out. It took the shape of what was inside there, and now I have those ridges in my color. If I grab this bubble with some shears, spin the blowpipe, all these lines are going to spiral around themselves. And this is how you would put a spiral pattern into the glass. Just grab it like that drag and hold it while you spin, and suddenly those lines have to go somewhere. So now we've got our bubble, we've got our color, we've got our pattern, and we're going to let it cool and gather more on top. Okay? The longer I stay out here, the more it cool. Hey, Corky, what's up? It's cooling down quite a bit just by being out here. So I need to smooth it out a little bit. If I go in and gather right now, since it has all that texture from the ribs being on there, it'll trap air bubbles in there, and I don't really want to do that. So I'm going to smooth out the texture, make the texture go away, and the lines are going to stay there because they've already been twisted and folded over. They're not really going anywhere. But that surface, if it's smoother, it'll gather up a lot nicer. Yeah, that's a heat shield. Yeah. There's a little welding shade on there too that I can look through. It's nice dark green to look through. But I've also got a fan on the floor back there blowing up at me. As soon as I step behind that shield, that's like the nicest seat in the house. It's like cool with all that right back there. All right. Well, you need something in front of your eyes. You don't have to have particular shade for it in this kind of glass blowing. There is other kinds of glass blowing out there. There's like lamp working and torch work kind of stuff that you get a really particular flame that you do need to block out. So there's glasses for that. But in here, a welding shade is enough. Something in front of your eye to protect from projectiles is all you really need. So we're back down to a cool temperature. We've got our smooth text surface back on there. We're going to gather up some glass on here and make the full shape of what we're making. So I'll go in the furnace here. I'm going to take a dip, spinning fast and gathering. You get quite a bit of glass, and you don't always have to take all the glass that you get. That's a lot of material running around there, and that would make a pretty big piece. So I'm going to strip off a lot of it and let it run right off of there. And now I've got a more thin, far more manageable amount of glass to work with. But you can see it's going to start heating up my interior bubble pretty soon. Go ahead and put that in there. We'll come over here and use a wood tool to shape it up from the outside in. Cooling it down in place and managing that new runny glass off the end is going to help even out the heat. Going in here is going to soak up a lot of temperature. Then I'll have a more balanced out temperature to blow it out. Early on right now, there's a lot of different temperatures from the inside of the bubble to the outside. So I need to soften all that difference and even it out. So they're getting heated up over there in the flames so that the glass will stick to it. I go in the water to quench it and shock the glass just a little bit, and that pops off any shrapnel or any loose glass that might be on the metal before I go into the furnace to gather. It's just a last step before you gather kind of a process. So now the bottom of the bubble, for me, that's the bottom of the bubble. That's how it's going to sit on the table. That's the foot and that's the lip up there. So I'm going to constantly need to cool this area down that I'm touching with this newspaper to freeze that glass, because I don't want that to blow out too soon. I want to shape the rest of it first and get to the foot later. So I'm going to go in here and heat the whole thing up, hook on a blow hose so I can inflate the glass when I'm ready. And I'm going to go ahead and start shaping up and laying out the proportions of the piece and figuring out what it's really going to look like. I'm going to blow while I do this. If I'm going to make a vase, I'll start right about there. Okay, so there's the beginning. We got the proportions laid out. I stretched out the neck. I blew out the shoulder, blew out the belly. Now I have the top half of the piece basically done, so I can stay back here and soak up the heat into the bottom half. And if I do that, when I come out, I'll be able to hang it. And that round bubble that's heated up on bottom half is going to draw down. It's going to look more like an arrowhead. And that'll be the taper of the belly for the piece. Now I'm going to cool that in place and paddle the foot. And we've got the bottom half worked out, okay? It's not done. It does need to be broken off of this blowpipe and finished. So I'll have to flash heat the whole thing, stick it back in the oven. I'm going to stick another iron to the bottom of this. It's going to help me break it off the blowpipe right here. And then transferring it over onto another iron, I can heat and just shape the lip and create the lip or the flare of the lip. So I'll go all the way in here and just flash the whole thing. When I say flash, what I really mean is not heating any one part of it more than another. I want to give it like more of a heat treatment. So as it's in there, it's being evenly heated, and that gives the wall thickness a nice strength from top to bottom. So I can hang that right there and just let it continue to cool a little bit while I get this part ready. This is the punty. The punty is a solid iron with a little dot of glass on the end. This is going to be like a little bit of glue. We use this to stick to the bottom of the vessel. Well, it's at the point where it's not moving as much. It's around 1100 or 1000, meaning it's at about 1200 is like a slumping kind of a temperature for glass. But you see, even if I stop turning, it's not moving. That tells me it's closer to the 1000 temperature, which also means it's closer to the stress point, which means it needs to get back in the heat pretty soon. You can't, once you get close to the non-moving temperature, you're getting into crackability. So I'm going to heat this up. Heat this up while this stays on center. And now I've got this nice and warm. I can come over here and just stick it right on the bottom and center it while it fuses on and cools down. Now you see that's a hotter point of attachment than I have up here. It's just hotter there. This is very weak comparatively. If I use a little water to just drip right down in that constriction, you see it shatters the glass in those little dots and fractures it, makes it very, very weak. All I have to do is tap, send a little vibration, and breaks right where I want it to. Instead of sending that vibration down this way, it all broke off right there. And now I can reheat the top of the piece and go in and flash it every now and then to make sure it doesn't get too cold, but I can really stay back here and soak up the heat into the neck. Now, we should add some color on this to accent the lip a little bit. So I'm going to go ahead and put this out, get some red on there. Sorry? Oh, over the next 5 minutes, as it sits in there and cools down, the metal shrinks at a different rate that the glass does, which means it pops itself right off there. You'll hear it breaking itself off of there in there. The glass, no, because it's got color and potential flakes of metal from in here. That would contaminate my clean, clear glass, so I don't want to do that. But if it's clean, clear glass, like stuff that I intentionally leave aside, yeah, that just shovels right back in at the end of the day, melt it down, and you got something better out of it next time. Notice how I'm staying halfway out of the heat. I'm only trying to heat the lip of the piece. You see how much hotter it is up there? If I take some tools, I can just tweak out this lip a little bit and draw out that thickness that's up there. Before it gets too cold, I can trim it down. Now I have a much more even neck thickness. and all that. So now we have a really nice lip that we can accent with a little bit of color, which takes another little bit of glass that I have to wrap around the lip. Just to remove that broken edge and the thicker glass that's up there. And this is just straightening it up. Okay. So I'm going to go in here and just give it a flash, kind of a once over. And then while I work on this, I got to go, while I keep this turning, take this and go get a little bit of glass on the end, and this is going to be my lip wrap. We're just going to take a little bit on the end there. That's where I want all my color. I still need to flash my vessel because if that gets too cold, it will just fall right off the punny. This is when you start wishing you had an assistant around. Typically, this is an assistant job kind of a thing. It's a lot like working in a kitchen. You know, everybody's got their own little part of the project. But for this little pencil shape or kind of pencil point is going to be what I need to draw around the edge of the lip. That's just going to give me a little accent of crimson right there. I got to keep the vase warm, but not too warm, not moving around or anything like that. Just kind of in between where it's not stressed out. Then I'll heat up this lip wrap and sit down at the bench and draw it right on the edge. See, now it's evenly on there. Might be a little heavy, but it's got just enough for me to be able to balance out the temperature of that hot lip wrap with the cooler neck behind it. So now we got a nice lip that we can open up. Once I balance out the heat, I'll go in here and flash, 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 and then back up and heat the neck because I need to start gradually opening it out. When I was cutting it, yeah, every snip is cooler than the last snip. So you got to work fast and get around it so that it's not freezing cold when you get to the last cut and you're retching it off of there. It's all dependent on the thickness, the heat, and how quick you're moving as to how much you can really get done. I like using these kind of small shears like that so I can make a lot of little cuts and just keep it going as opposed to the bigger ones where you have to kind of realign each time. But that's just something you get picky with after about 10 or 15 years. Now, see, just a smooth rotation, just drawing it out, and then you get the shape. This is called trumpeting the lip, just shaping that accent out there and getting it in line before it cools down. All right, it's a vase. So we're going to let it be like that. This color, remember, is the bright red. So it is going to come back to that as it cools. And this is going to come back to the more champagne color. And we see those lines. It all worked out just fine. We need to put it away though. So I need to build up strength through the whole wall thickness by going all the way in here and then right back out away from the heat. Trying not to heat any one part of it too much. Go zip in there, cooling or heating it, come out here and let it cool. Now just by doing this, even the bottom of the vessel is getting a little bit of even heat just like the top. So it's a lot stronger of a glass wall thickness now. That is strong, so I can weaken this one little area with one dot of water. That's all you need. Hang it, give it a bonk, and it comes right off. Good to go. We torch that little area because that's a sharp edge that we don't want to, have to deal with later. So we'll fire polish it now. Smoothing it out is just going to make it round down those sharp edges. It's still pretty hot. It's over 1,000 degrees or down to about 1,000 now. So I need to put it in the oven that's going to hold it at 1,000 degrees for the rest of the day. And then overnight tonight, it'll cool down real slowly, which will take the stress out of the glass and stop it from breaking as it cools. So leave it in there, hold it at 1,000, slowly cool down. Because in the beginning of the process, I layered a bunch of color on a clear gather, just normal gather glass, a lot of color, stick it in there and break up the surface of it, but with the mold. After you do that, you can grab it and spin, and then all those lines, they overlap each other. That gives you like a kind of a double thick line that stretches out, and it should, eventually when it stretches out, you see the pattern. You don't see it much when you're doing it on a small scale. So. Favorite? Oh, no, not necessarily. I mean, I made everything in here. So I go through phases. I do series of stuff, I like the chandelier a lot, but next one I make is going to be bigger and more colorful. I like those bonsais a lot, but next one I do is going to be better, bigger, and badder. So, it's always evolving, I guess. About a week, but that was the first one I ever made, and I was taking a class on how to make them. So the guy that teaches those, he makes like 5 of those a day, and he came and taught us 5 people how to make one of those over the course of a week. It was, yeah, that's why it's all clear. It was meant to be like, this is how you make these fittings fit with those fittings and that work with that. There's a lot that goes into that, and it's his family's business from 600 years ago. So he's the man to teach it. Well, not much has had to change in the last couple thousand years aside from the technology. So a lot of the change that you'll find in techniques are technology based. 1,000 years ago, they didn't have tiny torches that you could really spot heat one certain area. So that cancels out a huge variety of color applications right there that was able to be done later on when that was developed. Well, if I were to apply it directly to the vase, I'd be rolling it up on here and be just like rolling up the spots as opposed to taking a concentrated bit. And like that little finger of glass was a nice concentrated way to apply it. And the next couple heats after that, I spent the time to even out the heat so that it could work with the neck and open up. So you're going to be doing that anyways, so you might as well just segment it down. Okay. There are definitely ways to make a color pattern at the top half of a piece versus the bottom half using this kind of stuff. Yeah, there's ways to do that. I teach that, like some students you'll see have a lot of stuff like that. Hey, yeah. I thought you might like the little bonsais up there. Yeah. Oops. Thank you. You've never been here before, huh? Oh, that's awesome. You guys have lived around here for that long. You never been to Glen Echo before? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I'll take it. Yeah. Thanks. I'm gonna. We'll hit about 120 or so. You definitely do go outside to cool down in the 100-degree sun you're going there to cool down from in here. You know, it's always hotter in here. No matter what it is outside, it's probably 20 or 30 degrees hotter. I used to keep track of it. I just gave up on that.
Temperature readings and all that.
What-
The old glass makers keep track of it.
How did they do
You're
it?
looking up there all the time.
Oh no, this is for my live stream.
I thought you were.
No, it's my camera. Yeah. Check it out. I got camera 1 is my zoom. Camera 2 is a split screen, so you can see 2 things there. Camera 3, but check this out. Look, it tracks me. It'll track me anywhere I go. So I got that. Got presets. Say what?
Are you streaming that channel?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's that. I got back there behind the bench kind of thing, and different presets to go around the shop. Got the overhead. No, I don't stream my classes because I feel weird about asking new students from the ground up to deal with me doing that. You know, like I give them full attention, but I do, anytime I'm making glass for myself or orders, I'm trying to get the online
So you have a YouTube
and Twitch. Yeah.
channel.
Oh yeah, I got oh, here's one. That'll get you everywhere,
So
but
we
yeah.
were at aisle 3 for the month of February, right across from the snow kid.
Oh really? That's awesome. My mom just brought this back for me.
My dad used to live on Market forever.
Awesome.
She lived down there?
No, it was a visit. Yeah. That show has kept my classes full for years. I swear. Everybody tells me they saw that show and they got them interested in coming here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in DC especially, there's none. It's just me. So, yeah, take care, guys. Hi, how are you? Very well. I just got a piece in the oven. I'm gonna take 5 and cool down, but if you're welcome to stick around and look around. Opens up, it'll be opening for the fall through the winter. So it'll be second week of August will be the sign up for the start of September.
Okay.
And 2 weeks prior to that, so mid-July or so, that's when you can start seeing what is offered. Yeah, there's so I don't know if you know, as a new student, I don't know if you know,
I took this.
you got to try to get. Okay.
Once a couple of years ago.
Okay. Good.
So, yeah.
It can be really tricky to get in there, so it's like Ticketmaster in the 90s. You gotta really time it out well and get your classes lined up before the time opens and. Hey everybody. Thank you guys for being here, by the way. Give me just 5 minutes to take a break, okay? Hey guys. I just got a piece in the oven. I need to take a 5-minute break. You're welcome to hang out.
It's kind of not sweet, but look at the splash of rainbow. It's not sweet, but all of that rainbow pieces. You guys see those? My favorite was at the top. It's not sweet, bloody powder, but no, it's fine. I make tea when I get back. Don't make it. So it's just fire.
then you'll see what I mean.
Whoa.
So they have the red accent on the top of the top. That one, the one in the middle there, that blue one, that's the good one, I think. The other one, it didn't work out as nicely.
So, you know, you were doing a design. How do you do the design? And I see that you
Yeah,
did it with a,
I'm using these little buttons that the thing that I gave you guys, it's the little star,
yeah, yeah.
like that. That's what's in there. Things like these. But they're trimmings from other pieces. So that's why I have tons of them. It's usually heat it up and you wash it. There's always some kind of a random piece of shrapnel you can find and make a piece out of. Oh yeah, we got it.
Getting creative as we speak. You know, that you were showing me that.
Careful.
Yeah, that little red. Chrysanthemum flower. So he's got a whole drawer in it. Aspects of the.
So that you can blow it and bend it into different shapes.
Oh, I won't get you, I promise.
No, no. With that bonsai.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
So this is a cool ceramic plate. So if you put it in the oven and it goes in there too hot too soon, it pops, breaks. So that's what happened to a couple of these. So I'm going to put these on a cold plate. And there we go. That'll be a nice piece. And it takes probably 20 minutes or so to heat up, but I have to get the other colors ready in the meantime. So we'll put these in the oven. This is 1050. And actually, these are my base colors. Through Etsy. You know, a good month is about 3,000, maybe average month is about 1,000, something like that. It's not much.
Facebook?
Say what?
You have Facebook?
I do, but I don't do much Facebook or Instagram. They don't seem to be helpful at all. Like Twitch is good, Etsy seems to be great. YouTube is proving itself, you know. Yeah, we're on YouTube right now. Yeah, no problem. You going around? There's a color sample from the lip of the last piece that I made. No, it's good. It might be. It is sharp, but. Oh, you're gonna take that? You can take it if you want. I mean, it's just a piece of broken glass, but. I mean, I got trash. You want broken glass? I got broken glass. Yeah. I was just showing like color sample. That is this piece on. Whoops, on the left there. So. All right. Yeah. Take care. Have a good one. How are you guys? Good. I can answer any questions for you guys. Shout them out while I'm working. Just getting started on a piece that'll probably take about a half hour. First stop is over here to get some glass to make a little bit of a collar that I'm going to use to pick up my first chunk of color. So I just need to go in here and get a little dab of clear glass on the end. I'll let it run back. I'm going to blow a bubble right through it and pop it right through there. So if I come over here and take this collar and just lightly touch the chunk of color, that's all it needs is just a little touch, and then it will stick on because the hot glass sticks to things that are hot. I'm just lightly introducing it over into the heat. And we're going to slowly build heat into this little marshmallow and blow a bubble into it. If anybody has a question, shout them out, okay? We're just going to make a little vase. It's going to have two base colors, like a background and a foreground base color, some firework patterns on it, those little florets I was showing you. And then we'll blow it out, and it'll be a nice V-shaped vase, like that brownish one that's over there. Okay, so I'm heating up this little chunk of color so that when I get back out of here, it'll be more evenly heated. I'm going to cool it down a little bit by rolling on the table, just very gently. And then you see that little chunk of little marshmallow is still hot. It's slumping down. It wants to be a little puddle, so I have to blow a bubble into it, trap my thumb over the end, and you'll see the air start to fill out and round out that little bubble. There it goes, there it goes, there it goes. See? Now it's blown glass. We can actually inflate it as much as we want, but we don't want to do that too soon because it would be out of control. So I'm going to shape it down a little bit more. I'm going to get some more glass on the outside and add more color on the top because this is just the background to the rest. Okay, I'll bring it over and show you in just a second. Let me just get my bench set up a little better. So we know there's a bubble in there because we saw it fill out, and now I'm just Remember, I shaped it up a little bit to bring it back into this bullet shape. But now that we can see it's losing a lot of its glow, it's got a lot more solid, way more hardened up. So now I can go back in the furnace, put more glass on the outside, and I know this bubble is not going to give way and collapse under my new gather. So I'll go in here, and this is 2115 degrees. When I come out, I'm just going to let it strip off because I don't want all this glass. I just want a real thin layer of it so we can let it run right off of there. Anybody have any questions so far? See what we're doing? I did in here, yeah. There's a big crucible holding a bunch of glass in there. Clean, clear glass that is ready to go. At 2100, it's the most runny it really will ever be at that point. And then from the second you come out of there, you know, it starts cooling down out in room temperature. So whatever you do, you got to do it before it cools down too far or go heat it up. In this case, I'm trying to take what I know is this even bubble on the inside of this little chunk of color and cool it in just the right shape so I can leave it alone. And then I'm going to take another gather of color, drip it on top of here, and run it back. It's called doing an overlay. So we're putting blue on the outside of all of this, which when you blow out the bubble means that the inside of the bubble is one color, the outside is a different color. In this case, the outside is just going to be a chunk of, it's called silver blue. It's a very, very rich, dark blue. So I just need a tiny little dab of glass on the end of here, and that's going to be what I use to pick up this little guy. And now I'll heat this up and melt it down so that I can literally drip it on top of that bubble when the temperatures start to work out. Till then, that's okay to hang out and be cool because this color really needs a lot of time to heat up, or a little time to heat up. Hey, Dan. Huh?
We sold it, your neighbors, the only picture.
There's a blue one. We had a. Oh wait, no, that's sold actually too. Yeah, no, I don't think I have any more. Hey, can you bring me my glasses? I think they're on the table out there. Well, yeah, technically, if it's clean, clear glass and I can get it back off the floor and save it, I'll save it. But if it's got color in it, or if it's got metal flakes or any weirdness like that, it's not going to come out of there. So I don't want to contaminate my nice, good furnace. Okay, so I got my chunk ready to heat up here. I'll take it back to this bubble and give that a little bit of heat. Awesome. Thanks. I'll get to them in a minute. No, that's fine. Thanks. Anywhere. Oh, just on the marver. Okay. Now, I'm going to take that little bit of color, heat it up, and push and overlay it back on the whole thing. It's called a color overlay. Hey, FinXDD, thank you for the follow. Thanks for being here. Okay, so the point here is actually I'm trying to push a lot of that color up to the top so that when it finally does blow out to full size, we should have a fade from very rich dark blue to the base color that shows through the bottom, towards the bottom. So that's why I was being so aggressive trying to smear that little bit of color off of the tip. And you can kind of see already it's starting to do that. If I just cool that, leave it there, maybe smear it back a little bit, and then blow. We'll see how the bubble's doing in there, and it's still blowing out, so that's good. Our bubble's okay inside. It's just a matter of cooling this down in place and getting it ready for the next gather. Yeah, please. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, buddy. That's crushed up colored glass that I used to make the last demonstration. I just haven't put it away. So you can apply color the way you just saw me do it, where I drip it on as like a solid chunk, or you can buy it crushed up into what's called a frit, which is crushed up colored glass. This will stick to the outside. So if I wanted to heat this up and roll it right in there, I could pick that up on the outside here. It's just another... Yeah, there is glow in the dark color actually. Yeah, these jellyfish. This guy, when I turn off the lights at night, that guy glows bright aqua blue. I am making something. No, not today, no. Any questions before I get started? I'm just going to go in and take another gather real quick. You guys remember how hot this furnace is? 2115 to be exact, which is pretty hot. That's the new glass. That's the runny stuff. I'm going to let some of it come off of there, and then I'm just going to let the rest of it stay on here and be what I use. That stuff is going to go back in the furnace eventually and cool and remelt. This is a wet wooden tool. Just using that to kind of manage the new glass fresh out of the furnace. And cooling it in place gives me the ability to get back in the heat and heat up everything together. Make sure it's going to want to blow out evenly as a nice bubble. Still ready to pick up the last bits of color on here that I haven't done yet. They're in the oven heating up. Wow, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much, gang. Okay, so now I've got my new glass on the outside here, and it's pretty warm. It's still orange, but remember this is actually a very dark blue that we're using. I'm going to let this cool down so I can reheat it and get the outside to be the hottest part. I'm going to go in the oven over here, and I've got these little florets in here that I'm going to pick up around the outside of this. We're going to blend them down and then blow everything out together. There's a blue piece out on the tables that has these little white, looks like fireworks all around it. This is how you make that. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, JTL. You guys are awesome. So I'm just heating the surface of it, getting that to be the hottest part. When I come over here, these are hot and they're ready to pick up. So I'm just going to land this right down on top of it. And they pick up on the surface there. Now they're not going to stay like that. They're going to be all pushed in and blended down with the piece. But slow and steady, they need to start heating up so that they can be pushed down. Anybody have any questions? The main furnace, that furnace doesn't get turned off. So that takes about 5 days to heat up and 5 days to cool down when you need to do the work on it. But that's just because it's got a lot of electronics in there. It's got a lot of mass that needs to stay warm in the furnace. Holds about 150 pounds of glass. The other furnace here that I will keep working out of back and forth, there's nothing in here. It's just open. It's just a chamber of heat, So that takes about an hour to heat up in the beginning of the day. And we'll just turn it off every night. Not great. Yeah. I got people on Twitch and YouTube right now watching. See how the tip of the bubble gets hottest? That's because it's deepest in the furnace, so it always wants to be the hottest part. So I need to kind of counteract that by spending all this time cooling that part down so that I can build heat further up into the piece. Because I need to get the whole thing nice and hot, and I really need to make sure it blends down smooth. The reason I do that is because I don't want to trap air bubbles in and around this pattern. So I'm going to keep heating it, holding it up, and smoothing it down. Before I gather anything else, it's going to be totally smoothed out on the surface. And this is what takes the longest part of any piece, is really the color application. There's some pieces back here on the shelf that take about 6 or 7 hours of color application before you ever get into blowing out a bubble. So you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for cheering. Keeping it going. See how these big chunks of solid glass on the side, they really make it so that the glass doesn't want to heat up evenly. So that's usually what I'm fighting against, is the fact that there's a big thick areas and thin spots, hot areas and cold. They all need to be balanced out in order for me to be able to blow into this and have it blow out evenly. So that's what I'm doing for the last 5 or 6 heats, just maintaining the heat, trying to build up the heat actually through it. Now, see, it's consistently getting more balanced out in temperature. I need to start balancing out in thickness. Okay. So for now, this is done. I need to let it cool so that I can get more glass on the outside. This is not all the glass I'm going to use to make the piece. I need to go back in and gather more on the outside. And then we're going to have a much bigger piece. Remember how I stripped off the last gather out here? We're going to do that again. Just get a thin layer on the outside and then start getting it ready to blow out. And as I blow it out, what I should see is that there's more dense blue up top and more of the pale blue or the seafoam kind of color at the bottom. You guys have any questions? Can you feel the heat coming off of this thing? No? It's there and you feel it, right? Like just. I don't know. Not sure. So now that we're cool, it's much more solid. We're going to go in and gather some glass. We'll dump it off. The hot glass is breaking the cold glass down in the bottom of the bucket. You can probably see from back there how many different kinds of heat there is in here. There's a lot of thicknesses, a lot of uneven heating. If I were to blow right now, it would blow out the hot spots. They would move and they would react to the air pressure. I don't want that. I want everything to balance out in temperature before I start inflating. So it's all about balancing out the temperature for the first half of the piece. This is a blow hose. I can use this to hook on the back end of the mouthpiece here and inflate the glass while I'm shaping it while I'm sitting down over here. See how I was able to cool this area while I inflate it and blow out the shoulder area? Whenever you're touching the glass, you're touching the spot that you don't want to change. So you're trying to cool it by touching it. So that's what, every time you see me touch it, if I'm not working on it, that's what I'm trying to actually change about the piece. Anybody have any questions? Yeah, you mean that little constriction I just made? Yeah, it's designed to be the weak spot. So yeah, there's always that time when you don't realize, oh no, I just sealed off the bubble, you know, and it's done. Like that's when you start over. But you actually do build up the strength in the glass with the temperature, not the thickness like this. Like this little constriction is going to be more than enough to support plenty more that I could add on to here. But now that I've got it in place and I've blown the width out of the bubble, I've got the shoulder expanded and the neck tightened down. The point is not to mess with that again. So I can let that cool and I can heat and shape what's going on down there and give myself that stability. Because you're right, if I heated the whole thing up all the time, yeah, every time I come out of there, it's always going to be flopping around. Yeah, I won't be able to control one area. So that's why I had to wrestle it for a while, was to get it ready to be just left alone. And, you know, now I can heat the bottom half of the bubble. And when I heat it, the bottom half is going to have a real definite gradient. I'll be able to stretch that and let gravity do the work. It'll just draw right out to be a taller piece. A little bit, not much. Almost every day I have a student ask me, how do you know when to come out? The answer is practice. You have to figure it out by coming out and looking at it and seeing if you're going to be able to do what you intended to do. Because there's no secret. Like, I can't tell you, like, it's 1650 degrees right now, so therefore it's ready. It doesn't matter. It's just how it's acting and what it's doing. And you feel that by actually turning. You feel the resistance in the pipe. You feel the way it's responding to you. Okay. So I got that fade pretty much done. I don't want to mess with this because that is obviously going to be a weak spot because of the way the thicknesses are up there. That's okay. All I need to do is heat the foot and paddle it flat. Okay, so I'm done shaping the bottom half of the piece. I've got all my color done. Now it's time to break it off this blowpipe that it's on. We're going to let that hang and just cool down for a second while I get the next part ready. This is a solid iron. It's called a punty. Punty is an Italian word for bridge or transfer as a verb. So we're going to transfer the vessel off of the blowpipe onto this iron, the solid iron, so that we can be holding it from the other end. Then I'll have an open lip that I can concentrate all the heat into and actually open it up to be the bowl that it's going to be. In the meantime, I need to heat this up because it wasn't in the pipe warmer, so I'm just hanging out, getting the tip of this warm enough to gather glass. And in the meantime, I'm going to flash this again because this can't get too cold. If it does, it cracks. So we stay all the way in, heat the whole thing up for just a solid 5 seconds, and then get out and get away from the heat. And that's called a flash. That's more of a heat treatment. It's not really soaking in any heat into the piece. It's just giving it a once-over. And now, I'll take this. I got a little bit of a glow in here. It's hot. So all I need is a tiny little bit of glass. I'm going to hold it up and let it run back. Smear it forward and run it back even more. So all I have is just a little film off the end, and that's going to be the glue that is used to hold the vessel on this iron. Flashing again to make sure the vessel has an even heat throughout from top to bottom through the whole wall thickness. I'll get this nice and warm so it can fuse well. Stick it right on the bottom and center it. I only have a little time because you can see it's hot and it's cooling down, but this is still much hotter than it is up there, and that's good. I need to go ahead and weaken this area with some water. I'm just going to drip it on that connection or that constriction. Get on there. Set it on the rail and send a vibration through it and break it right where I want it to break, instead of letting that crack go down through the piece. That's what the water was for. So now you can see I can heat up just the top half if I want. Let's get this out of the way. While I have a minute, can I answer any questions? Sorry? Oh, well, it is a bubble. I mean, it's at the bottom and probably up to almost a ½ inch at the lip. You'll see in just a second. I'm going to trim this edge off of here. It's probably as thick as cardboard right there. Watch. But there's a little extra meat at the bottom there. It's more about how evenly the bubble was blown out as you're going. That's why this piece took a long time, because there was so many big thick masses around the side of it for the color pattern that it takes a while to get those up to temperature in order to be blown out. Otherwise, they're just a solid thick lump in the middle. Hey, Russ Smithy, thank you for the raid, guys. Thanks for being here. A little push from inside out, a little extra shaping from outside in. You just basically split the difference with each heat and get back here and decide what you're going to do next time. You really do your thinking in here and you're working over there, because you don't have time to look at it while it's cooling down. You have to be working on it. If you overheat it, if you get it really, really hot, you can spin it out and make it wide, but you can't get the, a graceful shape out of it. You have to really take it in slow steps to be able to move it into a wide form like this, especially when you have so many different thickness layers running through here. Just warming up the tip of the iron. Hot glass doesn't stick to things that aren't hot. So the first part of the process, if you're going to gather glass, is to have it on a hot iron. That's what that whole thing is for. There's a little chamber above it, though, also. It's called the garage. It's designed for being able to kind of maintain a piece at 1,000 degrees and then quick access back to it. If you need to pick it back up and assemble it with something else, you can store pieces in there. Well, in just a couple more minutes, I'll put it in the oven and it'll cool down very slowly overnight for about 12 hours. So tomorrow when I come in, you get whatever you made the day before. Sure. Yeah, it won't crack. It may not always be a first quality piece, but yeah, take care. Okay, all done. All right, here we go. All done. I'm gonna flash it once or twice just to cool it and make sure it's not unstable and stressed out when it goes into the oven. And then we'll put it in the oven at 1,000 degrees, holding it at that temperature for another couple hours, and then cooling it down overnight tonight for about 12 hours. Get it off of here. 1 dot of water is all you really need. You can just hang it, grab a bonker, and bonk, and it comes right off. This is smoothing out the broken edge, fire polishing it. It's a scar, so it needs to get ground somehow. If I don't fire polish it now, then I'll take it tomorrow and put it on that grinder and make sure it's perfectly flat and not sharp. Now, it's got to go into the oven, so get these on. Come on. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah. I make all these little, I make cane pieces like you've seen around here, like pieces like that. They have a trimming off the bottom. At the bottom of that bubble, there was a trimming, and that's what I use. I save those trimmings and pick them up on the outside of another bubble. So that was the big, firework looking patterns that were on there. Each one of those was I'll show you. You're rolling up canes in order to make a color pattern from one piece. These are canes that you make. It's a whole different thing. When you heat these up and roll them up, you roll them around and you squish down and seal them off. This is the trimming that comes off the bottom.
Okay.
You don't have to, but you can save this.
Right.
Take this and put it on the outside of another bubble as just its own little pattern. It's a trimming.
At what stage do you do that?
Or the first thing. It's like, early on in the piece, yeah. I had them in the oven over there, warmed up on a plate like this, just like 5 of them. So I had a bubble that I was able to roll right up, pick them up on the outside. So,
Thank you.
yeah, no problem. Hey, how are you? Yeah, good to see you.
I saw you did a really nice job on one of Karen's pieces.
I thought so. Yeah, I like them. Yeah, really nice. Hi, nice to meet you. How are you?
Yeah.
Um,
Are you gonna pull something out?
no, I just finished. Yeah, you can hop on. Yeah, I did 4 demos today.
So he has to put them into a needle.
So
Oh my God, those are gorgeous.
2 blue. That's a teal, and that's champagne yellow kind of color. So I just put that last one in, and I gotta leave it. Yeah, you can see it's been a day. I used to, but then I just ran out of it. That's okay. So this was actually a trimming from the lip of a different piece, like the very the original glass that was up here that needed to be removed and trimmed down to get to this is something like this. I was showing people as a color sample earlier because this is right here. It's that piece there. Yeah, it looks green now because it's blue glass that's glowing yellow, but it is blue. So it'll be back to this. Yeah. What you see in there is not a color you can trust right now because it's just hot. And as it cools overnight, the real color shows up, and you'll see that each one of those has a red wrap around the lip. And sure, yeah, good to see you. This is all student work. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes they get lucky on the start, yeah.
Encouraging that something you do comes out like that.
Yeah. The fun thing about glass blowing is that anything you make in glass is kind of awesome because glass is pretty awesome. So even if you make a blob that doesn't have any organization to the color, any meaning to it to you, it's still cool because you wrestled through the meaning or the making of it. So it ends up feeling pretty good. Even simple paperweights are a real achievement when you first start out. Yeah, thank you. Hey, thank you to all my watchers today. Oh, we got a first-time chat from a Raider. Yeah, Ace Carrot, thank you, man. Go to the glass studio in my city once a year. That's awesome. Where do you live? Oh, awesome. Pittsburgh. I've been to Pittsburgh Glass Center. That place is awesome. I took a class there about 5 years ago. Racing Kid, what's up, buddy? Guys, I need to cool down just for a minute, all right? I got burns all over my arm and water to drink, so. Yeah, give me 5. I'll be right back. Hang out, be cool, talk amongst yourselves. Wait for Raleigh. How's everybody doing up there? Out there, in there, wherever you are. Hope you're having a good day. I am just getting ready to start tidying up because it's 4 o'clock and the event is over. So it's time to go home and go be a dad. Hope everybody has a good evening. I'm going to be back in here tomorrow teaching and then back again on Monday morning streaming. So hope you guys will come catch me. Take care, you two.